All right, good evening. I hereby call this meeting to order, and it is 6:01 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and start by calling roll. If you're here, I ask that you state your name, starting from my right.
Jessica Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Alisa Peña, present.
Celso Gomez Jr. present.
Rosalba Hernandez, present.
Valeria Vega, present.
Okay, we have everyone here. We have quorum. Next item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, I ask that you stand and please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, next item on the agenda is our public comment section. Mr. Celso, do we have anyone who has signed up for public comment tonight?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, seeing that we have none, we'll go ahead and move over to our next agenda item, which is staff recognition. This one will be, before we start, I'm going to ask Dr. Carlos Margo and Alisa Peña, our Vice President, if you can make your way to the front of the dais. Okay, we're going to go ahead and we'll start with 5.2. Recognition of Emilio Cantu, former La Jolla ISD Mariachi Director, and this will be done by Ms. Blanca Cantu. Blanca, it's all yours.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sorensen, community members, and everyone watching in our live. Today we honor the legacy of a beloved former Fine Arts Mariachi Director whose passion and dedication inspired generations of La Jolla ISD students. His impact will continue to live on through the arts and the many lives he touched. Mr. Emilio Cantu dedicated decades of his life to La Jolla ISD, starting in 1982 and serving for 37 years in La Jolla ISD, serving our students and our community with passion and purpose as the La Jolla ISD High School Mariachi Director. At a time when mariachi programs were rare, we helped lay the foundation for what would become one of the most respected and influential mariachi traditions in the Rio Grande Valley and across the state of Texas. Mr. Cantu believed deeply in the power of music to give students a sense of identity, pride, and belonging. And with us today, we have Ms. Estela Cantu, wife, Ms. Yvette Villarreal, daughter, Ms. Ariana Cantu, daughter, Michelle Torres, daughter, Crystal Villarreal, granddaughter, and Benjamin Villarreal, son-in-law. If we can please pass for a photo, we're honoring Mr. Cantu for his legacy and his service for La Jolla ISD.
Board President, would you mind if I ask Mr. Adame to also step up?
Yes, Mr. Adama, if you could please make your way to the front.
Thank you, Mr. Adame.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next item on the agenda is 5.3, recognition of Ruben Adame, Fine Arts Director, inducted into the Phi Beta Mu Texas Band Masters Hall of Fame. This will be done by Marie Candelario, or is it going to be Dr. Little?
This one's going to be me, Mr.
Okay,
President. I'm very happy to be able to do this. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. All right. So tonight we are so excited to recognize a remarkable leader in our district who is an educator and a visionary whose life work has helped shape generations of students and elevated arts not only here in La Jolla, but across the state of Texas. Mr. Adame began his career in 1985 and has dedicated over 32 years to music education, including 26 years right here in La Jolla ISD. Since becoming head band director at La Jolla High School in 1996, he has built a legacy defined by excellence, service, and heart. Under his leadership, the La Jolla High School band program reached extraordinary heights, including appearances at the UIL State Marching Contest for 4 years. In 1998, the La Jolla Wind Ensemble made district history as a finalist for the Texas Music Educators Association State Honor Band Competition, an achievement that signaled what really was possible. What makes Mr. Adame extraordinary is not only what he has accomplished, but how he has served. Through leadership roles with the Texas Music Educators Association, Texas Bandmasters Association, UIL, and his service across Region 15 in the state of Texas, he has advanced music education far beyond La Jolla ISD's borders. His influence has been felt in rehearsal halls, performance stages, adjudication rooms, and the lives of countless students and educators. So tonight, we are proud to celebrate 2 things for Mr. Adame. Number 1 is his selection and induction into the Phi Beta Mu Texas Bandmasters Hall of Fame. Yes. This is one of the highest honors in music education. He will be formally inducted in July in San Antonio during the Texas Bandmasters Annual Convention, and he will be recognized again later this year in November at the UIL State Marching Contest. This honor is not simply a recognition of years served. It is a recognition of impact, of excellence sustained over time, and of a life that has been poured into students. Fittingly, also tonight, we get to celebrate his individual honor and induction into the Hall of Fame, along with another district-wide distinction. La Jolla ISD has once again been named a NAM Best Community for Music Education for the 9 consecutive years. So, huge congratulations there, yeah. This certainly reflects the culture and drive for excellence that Mr. Adame has helped cultivate within our district. Certainly the NAM recognition goes out to everyone in our fine arts community that has helped make that possible. And it's also resembling that Mr. Adame's leadership has helped make this possible. So I'm also excited to share the second announcement related to Mr. Adame tonight, that we are very happy and honored to actually have him serve the district in a broader capacity for next school year, where Mr. Adame will begin his service as the Executive Director of Fine Arts for La Jolla ISD. So, Mr. Adame, certainly all of these are fitting for your lifetime commitment to students and opportunities and really building out arts programming here in the district. So we're thankful for your leadership, for your continued stewardship of these programs, and for ensuring that in our strategic plan that we truly do have thriving students through excellent arts opportunities in the district. So once again, please let's congratulate Mr. Ruben Adame.
Dr. Sorensen, would you like to say anything?
I would, and I think these two back-to-back are really fitting because everything in La Jolla ISD is about legacy. And so when I think about the legacy of Mr. Cantu, as we then also celebrate Mr. Adame, it's fitting. We pass down tradition, we pass down excellence, we pass down high expectations. And so as we honor the Cantu family and all that Mr. Emilio Cantu gave to our district, thank you, because we know that families make sacrifices. When you have a dedicated family member who shows up here every single day in La Jolla ISD and is building a program from the ground up. So thank you for your service and for allowing La Jolla ISD to have Mr. Cantu as a visionary, to now have Mr. Adame leading our district in terms of fine arts, to continue the legacy and the strong foundations that were set by Mr. Cantu. Great people fill in the shoes. We're so proud of you. We're so thrilled to have you leading our district fine arts program. As a superintendent, I am so lucky that I have your vision and partnership. And with that, I'd like to ask you to come to the podium for a second. So I called Mr. Adame yesterday. You want to share with people what it is that I called you about, sir?
Absolutely. I was shocked and surprised, first of all, with the announcement of what Dr. Little announced today, but then even more shocked yesterday when Dr. Sorensen called me at an event that we were at Juarez Lincoln, a fantastic event, sharing the news that there was an extra $800,000 that was going to be given to us to share with our programs and our students. And we're excited to begin that journey and ensuring that our programs and our students and teachers have the resources and equipment and supplies to further expand our programs and to assist them in accomplishing the goals that they have set forth. So Dr. Sorensen and Ms. Crespo and everybody involved, we're so excited to begin this journey, and I already have a whole list of things that we're going to request.
Right, I said start your lists. So we're very excited as a district to entrust Mr. Adame and all of the educators across all of our great programs with an investment of $800,000 to give to programming and supports for our young people to realize district priority of thriving students. Our parents were very clear during strategic planning that investment in fine arts was a high priority across our district. And so we get to the end of the year every year and we say, how do we realign with funding that we have to make sure that we're lifting up our kids and investing in spaces that not only do our students deserve, but that the community is requiring of us. And so I am excited to see what's ahead. I'm thrilled to be able to make this investment with board partnership, because I know they expect that of me as well. Not only for athletics, I'm looking at Elisa Pena, right? But also at Celso, who was a former band director. And so I know that that's what the board expects of us as well. And so I'm very excited to be able to do this work with you and carry on the legacy of Mr. Cantu and the foundation that he provided for our young people. So thank you all so much. I can't wait to see what's ahead. It's all about you, man, making it real for our kids.
Looking forward to Monday's meeting.
Congratulations, Mr. Adame. Ms. Blanca, if you would do us a favor, go ahead and do the honors. We're going to go back to 5.1, which is the recognition of Dr. Maria Filomena Leo, former La Jolla ISD Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, Board President. Yes, so this recognition is dear to our district. A lot of service. All of our recognitions tonight have been of exemplary leadership within their departments, and this is not shy of. La Jolla ISD honors the life and legacy of Dr. Filomena Leo, whose leadership and service helped guide our district with dedication for over 30 years of service. Dr. Leo was a valued educator and community leader who devoted her career to strengthening public education and serving the families of La Jolla ISD. Her commitment to students, staff, and community will be remembered and with gratitude and respect. So thank you so much. And we have our Leo family members, Mr. Michael Leo, son, Ms. Lita Leo, daughter, and Brecken Leo, grandson. So thank you so much for the commitment and the support.
Michael?
Just want to add that Dr. Leo was part of our Centennial Committee member. And so we were able to work with her to celebrate our 100 years for La Jolla ISD. And it was very rewarding to stand by her side and shoulder to shoulder in her vision to the celebrations for the district. So thank you so much for that too.
Yes, before I turn over, so that Dr. Sorensen can make some remarks, because I knew, and I should say I know that they were close. I had an opportunity, again, like you referenced, Blanca, the opportunity to hear Ms. Leo during the centennial presentations, right? They were really interesting, and I always looked forward to her presentations, and also just meeting with her. I mean, she was able to share with us a lot of the history of La Jolla, not just at our meetings, but whenever we had an opportunity to visit with her. When we had the tree planting, I know that was memorable because there's a lot of footage on that. So I do know that during the softball dedication, our first game, Michael was at the game, and I mean, Miss Leo had a great family, her husband, the kids. I mean, they're just a great family, and I'm very fortunate to have met her, known her, and of course, the Leo family. So thank you, Michael, to you and your sister for being such a great friend. Thank you. Dr. Sorensen?
Thank you, Board President. Dr. Leo was more than a former superintendent to me personally. I entered into the district in February of 2024, and she was one of the very first people who requested to meet with me because she wanted to educate me. Always, right? She wanted to tell me her expectations of me. And yes, and I appreciated that because it didn't come with an expectation of giving back to her, but of giving back to the community, and of giving back to the district, and of giving back to the students. And she just kept reminding me, you just have to show people who you are and what your heart is, and we will eventually trust you. And all along, she was not just a friend, but a mentor. She gave me guidance, and she imparted her wisdom, her knowledge, her understanding of context. And as we continued to make hard decisions across the district, she also was there to listen and provide support and guidance, but also understanding of the decisions that we had to make. And so I just will close with this. I remember at the eulogy, your sister spoke about, for those of you who are in this room, my mom expects you to continue to do right. If you are in this room, it is because she poured into you and she had expectations of you. And so I remember sitting there really thinking, we're gonna have to continue to do right by her to make her proud and serve the community because she would expect absolutely nothing less. And so thank you so much for being here. I thank her so much and am just grateful for the partnership and friendship that I had with her. Thank you so much.
Michael, before you leave to the Cantu family and to the Leo family, if there's anything that you would like to express or say at this time, you're certainly welcome to make your way to the podium and say anything you'd like. I mean, everyone we've recognized today there are legacies, and we're just very grateful that we're able to recognize the families tonight. Ms. Vio?
Wow. So first of all, I'm just still drying my eyes there. Thank you all so much. As we very well know, this is just an immense honor because there's a lot of history here. And what it was most admirable about my mother is how she could just keep this positive feeling because I won't go into too much detail, but we know she didn't leave under the best circumstances here. So for her to continue the service in her community, continue her faith in the La Jolla ISD system, in the La Jolla ISD district, because this was home to her. Yes, she was a Greyhound from San Benito, and that's where her heart was, but ultimately she became a Coyote, and I guess eventually a pack member, and always held this district in her heart. So on behalf of the family, we thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sorensen, our school board members. I appreciate that. And I don't know, Michael, did you want to add anything? All right. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now representing the Cantu family.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yvette Yarian. I am the oldest daughter of Mr. Cantu. I just want to thank everybody here with the La Jolla ISD for everything that you have done for my father, for recognizing him in the concerts, on the social media, and for bringing his name out there that we've never seen it out there. I know that he would be very proud for everything that you have done for him. He loved what he did for many years, and even when he retired, he always wanted to come back. He missed the concerts, he missed the students, he missed everybody, and he even wanted to continue teaching the guitar on social media to students that wanted to learn, being that he was still at the age of 80, 81 when he passed. So I know that this legacy that he has is going to continue. Mr. Adame, thank you for taking over. I don't know where you're at. And I know that you're going to do a good job, just like my dad did. And you have a lot of supporters behind you. And the students are going to continue to learn and give wonderful shows to the community, like they always have. On behalf of the Cantu family, again, thank you. And this is hard. I'm sorry. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verion. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, before we go to the next round of recognitions, I'm going to ask Dr. Hernandez Vega, if you could make your way to in front of the dais. Ms. Candelaria, it's going to be yours, so you'll do us the honors.
Sure.
Item 5.4, recognition of parent, family, and community liaison and public school volunteers, April 20th through the 21st. It's all yours now.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Alvarez, Board, Dr. Sorensen, and the community. Tonight, we take a moment to recognize a truly special group of individuals whose impact reaches far beyond what we could measure. Our dedicated parent volunteers and our parent liaisons, the core of Priority 4. To our parent volunteers, we honor and thank you for the invaluable gift of your time. In the midst of our own responsibilities, you choose to give selflessly, supporting teachers, assisting with events, uplifting our campuses. Your presence sends a powerful message to our students that their education matters, that their community stands behind them, and that they are never alone in their journey. To our parent liaisons, we recognize your unwavering commitment to bridging the connection between school and home. You serve as advocates, communicators, and trusted guides for our families. Through your dedication, you ensure that every parent feels welcome, informed, and empowered to support their child's success. Together, you create the foundation of trust, compassion, unity, collaboration that strengthens not only our schools, but our entire La Jolla community. Your efforts help open the doors of opportunity, inspire confidence in our students, and foster a sense of belonging for every family we serve. Your dedication does not go unnoticed, and your impact will continue to shape their lives of countless students for years to come. On behalf of our district, our schools, our community, we extend our deepest gratitude. So thank you for your service, your passion, and your unwavering commitment. So I'd like the parent liaisons to come forward for a photo with our board members.
See how they do this.
Right. Squeeze in.
Let's see how Blanca's gonna form this picture. How is she gonna set this picture up?
See, I say it all the time. Ashley's the organizer.
She does a good job.
Yeah. See, Phoebe, that's why you're so tall. It works. Thank you guys so much. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very nice seeing you.
It's always so nice to see you. Thank you.
So what I'd like to also recognize our group of parent volunteers. They will actually come up by years of service.
Oh, wow.
So for my first group of parent volunteers, if you can come up for a photo, are 5 to 10 years of service.
How are you? How are you?
Yeah. So again, these are our parent volunteers of 5 to 10 years of service.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything.
My next group of parent volunteers are 11 to 20 years of service.
Wow.
I know. Passion's volunteering.
Yes. Hey, you. How are you? You good?
Should have given him
No, 25.
And again, this is our group of 11 to 20 years of service. I want to do a little math for a second for you, so I'm going to wait until it quiets down a little bit. So these individuals that are about to come up, there's 3 actually, but 2 have come today, have an equivalent of 91 years of service. So the individuals that are coming up have between 25 to 40 years of service.
We have any more? Whoa, whoa. Wow, I mean, what, before they leave, I just wanted to let you all know that we're so grateful for all your volunteerism, every day that you come into work, you know, serving as our teachers, our educators, our support staff, you know, so just being there for our young kiddos. We're so very grateful to all of you. And I know we don't see you all the time except for when we do these little meetings when you guys recognize the board, but I'm glad that we're able to take this opportunity and recognize you all. So thank you so much. Dr. Sorensen?
Thank you, Board President. I very often refer to my parent liaisons and my parent volunteers as our extended army. You are the boots on the ground that keep our families connected, not just connected to the campus, but to the district. And so thank you so much for your hard work, your dedication to serve the communities, the distinct communities that you serve within the broader community of La Jolla ISD. And so thank you for your heart, your passion, your feet, your boots on the ground, and the work that you have done and the work that you will continue to do on behalf of the very campuses and communities that you serve. Thank you so much for representing us so well and for representing your principals and your campuses with pride and joy, and most of all, love. Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Sorensen. 5.5, it'll be SB Pearson will be doing the honors. It's recognizing National School Lunch Hero Day, May 1st, 2026. SB?
Mr. President, Madam Superintendent, Dr. Sorensen, fellow members of the board, tonight we have a unique recognition. First, I want to apologize. My director of child nutrition is out ill, and his number 2 had to be dispatched to help with our supper program. And so they're not here with us tonight, but we do want to recognize their team. This recognition is unique because we haven't had it yet. It's not today. And we're forecasting the recognition that's coming for May the 1st, which is before our next board meeting. So we want to give our team recognition today. So what we're recognizing is our child nutrition team for National Lunch Hero Week, which is around the corner, beginning May 1st. And we want you to know that we're ready to celebrate each of our child nutrition staff members and team members that are watching tonight and that will be with us at a future board meeting with additional recognitions. In less than 2 weeks, we will take the time to shine the spotlight on the incredible team that makes every student starts their day with the power to power through with meals that fuel their needs. Our child nutrition team arrives early, works tirelessly, serves thousands of meals each day with dedication and a smile. They don't just feed our students to nourish them. They notice a child that needs an extra portion. They remember the student's favorite meal. They make the cafeteria feel like a place of warmth, belonging. Their work goes far beyond the lunch line. They manage complex menus, navigate dietary needs, manage safety standards, and do it all under tight time constraints. And they make it look effortlessly. So to our child nutrition team that's watching and that'll be joining us in a future meeting, we want to say thank you, and your efforts are not unnoticed. On May the 1st, it's your turn to be celebrated. You're deeply appreciated. The work you do every day changes the lives in many ways that you'll never fully know, because a child who is fed is ready to learn, grow, and thrive. Get ready, CNS team. Your turn is on the way. Thank you.
Thank you, SB. Well said. Next item on the agenda will be Blanca Cantu. Blanca will be recognizing the La Jolla ISD Public Relations and Communications Office. Blanca?
Thank you, Board President, of course. Great recognitions tonight. Nonetheless, one of the greatest two, last but not least, is our Public Relations and Communications team. We are proud to recognize our Public Relations and Communications team for their outstanding achievement in earning multiple awards at both TSPRA, Texas School Public Relations Association, and the American Advertising Federation. In February, our communications team participated in the annual Texas School Public Relations Association Star Awards, one of the most respected programs recognizing excellence in school communications across the state. Each year, hundreds of school districts and education organizations from across Texas take part, making it highly competitive. Through that process, La Jolla ISD earned 15 gold awards, 6 silver awards, and 1 bronze award, along with 1 best in category honor. This places our team among the top communications department in the large district category. These recognitions reflect the level of work happening across our district. They show that the way we communicate, tell our story, and elevate and represent our schools meets and exceeds statewide standards. While also elevating La Jolla ISD beyond our immediate community, building on that momentum, I'm also proud to share that La Jolla ISD Communications Department participated in the American Advertising Federation RGV chapter competition. This is a space typically made up of advertising agencies, marketing firms, hospitals, banks, and other private sector organizations. This year, La Jolla was the only school district represented in the RGV. Not only did we step into that arena, we earned awards. We earned the Gold Internet Commercial Single Spot Award, the Gold Branded Content Single Spot Award, and the Bronze Webisode Single Spot Award. This recognition reinforces that our work stands alongside top industry professionals. It places La Jolla ISD on a broader radar and highlights the innovation, creativity, and excellence happening in our classrooms and across our district. Together, these accomplishments directly support our strategic plan, particularly our focus on building trust, strengthening communication, and operating with excellence. I'm incredibly proud to lead this team for the talent and the dedication and the heart they bring to work every day. And our team members are Ms. Marta Ibarra, our Strategic Communications and Projects Coordinator. Ms. Sonia Hernandez, our Public Relations Specialist. Ms. Ashley Garza, our Media and Events Specialist. Jose Medina, our Digital Media Specialist. Wentz Munoz, our Video Editor Specialist. Eric Zuniga, Video Producer Specialist. And I have the honor of leading this team for the past 7 years, and it's been nothing but the best. So we hope you all enjoy all the great videos, social media posts, and all the engagement that we receive to ensure that we feature and highlight our school district. So thank you so much. Part of this team, I want to call out and wanted her to come on and take a picture with us is our superintendent.
Yes.
Dr. Marcy Sorensen. She puts up with my craziness, but she believes in my vision, and she believes in the support and gives me that support. So thank you so much for everything you do for us. Thank you for believing in us and seeing us.
Who's taking the picture?
Yeah. Blanca, I thought you were calling Marcy out so that she could take the picture.
Yeah.
Like you wanted her to take the picture. Blanca, I just wanted to take this opportunity before I turn it over to Dr. Sorensen. You know, I think I've mentioned multiple times at our board meetings and then privately when we meet at different activities, how impressed I am with every day you seem to put something out. I mean, you mentioned it earlier in your remarks, you're telling a story. And we're very grateful for the story that you've been sharing with everyone regarding our district. So I personally want to thank you for all you do. I know you've been doing this for some time now, and like I said, you're always amazing me with all the great stuff. The things are clear, the message is clear, what you're putting out there is so positive. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. Anyone else on the board want to say anything regarding what we just witnessed before I turn it over to Marcy?
Congratulations. Thank you guys for elevating La Jolla ISD, not only just, in academics, we're seeing it in other places too. So appreciate the hard work.
Ms. Vega, one of your teacher?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it since many, many years ago, her excellence, and now seeing her lead a team for the district, that to me, it's not a surprise that she's able to carry it at this level.
Well, thank you. Well said. Well said. Dr. Sorensen?
So, of course, I mean, this is my team, right? You report directly to the superintendent's office. Lucky you. But not only is this team so hardworking and so dedicated, I mean, down to the detail of patting down my hair before we film, telling me, smile, right? Like all the things down to the details of everything that we do, your care, the excellence. Eric, again, his goal with every video is to make me cry, and he accomplishes it all the time. And so thank you so much. I know in this space, Ms. Blanca, I'm a lot. I ask a lot of this team. And it's because what you do is so important. It is so important. It's not just videos. It's not just a newsletter. It's our story. It's making sure that the message is clear and that it's digestible and consumed by our entire community. And so sometimes we will literally ideate on the words that we're choosing to make sure that it expresses the right message. We can go through back and forth 15 times on one thing because we want to make sure that our community feels our heart, knows where we're going, and also creates open space for dialogue to build trust and unity and partnership. So your leadership in this space is just outstanding. I call Blanca my day one, my minute one, because that's what you are. Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Sorensen. All right, we're going to go to agenda item number 6. This is our superintendent's update specifically on 6.1. We're going to be covering Head Start partnership and what our next steps are. Dr. Little, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, everyone. We are going to provide an update on where we are with our Head Start partnership, particularly for next school year. So we're going to share status and then talk about next steps as well. So big picture, Head Start of Hidalgo County has notified us that they do not intend to continue with our partnership between Head Start and La Jolla ISD. This would cease our partnership effective for next school year. So we are continuing through the rest of this school year as we are, but we would no longer be jointly operating classrooms next school year. Again, this is being originated from Head Start of Hidalgo County. What we will do through that transition is obviously, and I'll talk about this more in a minute, work to inform and support our families and our staff through this process to make sure everyone knows that La Jolla ISD stands and remains committed to high quality pre-K programming. So we are not taking away those options and opportunities for students within our district. What we want to do a little bit is explain sort of what this means, what it's looked like a little bit over time, and then what comes next. So ultimately what's changing is inside pre-K classrooms, they would be fully run by La Jolla ISD. That is true across the vast majority of our pre-K classrooms right now. Most of what we do in pre-K is directly run, staffed, and supported by the district. We do, though, have some classrooms that, again, we jointly operate with Head Start of Hidalgo County. That's the piece that would change. Not us offering pre-K, not quality services, programming, and instruction for students. All of that continues. It's simply the fact that we aren't doing that together through a partnership. And that's the main thing we want families to know is you can still expect quality pre-K opportunities from La Jolla ISD, and we're gonna meet and talk to all of the families who are impacted by this transition, who are currently served through these partnership classrooms, to ensure that they know that and feel our support throughout the process. Right now, that includes about 500 children in all of our pre-K programs in the district. This is down compared to last year. Part of that decrease, actually all of that decrease, is attributed to the fact that coming into this school year, Head Start also reduced the number of classrooms that were in the partnership. So we had a reduction this year. Next year, we wouldn't have the partnership at all. We have had this currently at 4 campuses. So right now we have this at Camarena, Chapa, Fordyce, and Seguin. Again, we will continue to offer and operate quality pre-K at all of those locations. And so part of just a reminder on what that means is La Jolla has, over the past few years in particular, really expanded its pre-K footprint. So we're offering pre-K now at every elementary school in the district. That has not always been the case. We've grown that program over time. We offer both pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 options throughout the district. They have a quality certified teacher. We have a teaching assistant in the space. You may remember, this will be coming up on an end of year LSG presentation as well when we talk about how our pre-K students and kinder students are doing. So we're very much focused on their academic journey as well as just their development as a young child. These are full day programs as well. So it's not just a half day option. Families really get the benefit of a quality full day program. That has been the basis of our expansion of two-way dual language models as well. We're now serving pre-K and kinder students in our two-way dual language that'll roll up to first grade, but that program really starts with a quality experience at the 3- and 4-year-old level for our students. We do continue to offer monolingual, which means like English instruction sites as well, and all of these have phenomenal access to high quality instructional materials. It's our second year for that in pre-K. We provide a lot of coaching and support to our pre-K teachers and staff, and through Ms. Ramos and the early learning team, like every day are working to ensure that not only do we have best-in-class resources and environments for our pre-K spaces, but we're obviously working to improve the quality of instruction and experience as well. So where this leads us is this week we started officially communicating this to our families. It is important to acknowledge, though, that as I mentioned, we got notified by Head Start of Hidalgo County that this partnership would not continue. So families started to hear about that before even we knew of it officially. Nonetheless, again, we're committed to a smooth transition and to clear information for our community and for our families. So they started to receive direct written notices from us this week. We are inviting them to on-campus information and transition sessions where our team will be there to talk them through and walk them through the next steps, including making sure they know which La Jolla ISD school they're going to continue to participate in. We're doing that on the staff side as well. Part of this has meant that La Jolla ISD has provided, in most cases, the teachers for the classroom. Head Start has provided the teacher assistant. Now, as we assume the full responsibility for these classrooms, we will obviously be staffing the whole place, but we're not expecting direct impact to our staff as part of this transition. They will continue to be part of what we're doing in La Jolla ISD. All of this will continue over the next few weeks, certainly as we get close to the end of the school year, so we can prepare those little 3-year-olds to come back first for ADSI summer programming, because remember last time we shared with you the exciting work that we are going to be doing in the month of June, and then come back either as a pre-K4 student or as a kindergarten student next school year. So bottom line, I mentioned this several times, but we do want to reiterate it, like pre-K is not going away in La Jolla ISD. It is here to stay. It is going to be quality programming as it has been. That's going to continue to offer a great experience to our youngest children. We're going to continue to provide them, full set of services that they need based on their age level. And we will have pre-K at every campus in the district. So we wanted to just make this transparent to you, board, and to our community as folks are hearing about this and maybe asking questions, and to know that we are always here to have those conversations with families and to support them through this transition, but more importantly, the next 12 years of their journey through La Jolla ISD. So happy to take questions if there are any.
Members of the board, do we have any questions for Dr. Little? Thank you, and I'm glad you stressed that we're still going to be able to serve these students and that it's not going away. So thank you for that, Dr. Little. Okay, we're going to get to our next agenda item, and I know you'll be part of that discussion. And so this will be Lone Star Governance Focus Quality Seats Analysis with Annual School Plan Updates. This will be done by Dr. Little, our very own Superintendent, Dr. Marcy Sorensen, and one of our special guests for tonight, Dr. Daniel King, Executive Director of Region 1 ESC. Dr. King, Dr. Little, and Dr. Sorensen.
Thank you. Do you want me to go?
The three kings.
All right, first, we're very happy to tag team this and so grateful that Dr. King here is ready to share sort of a broader perspective just beyond our district as we dig into this conversation. So we're going to try to accomplish a few things tonight. Big picture is obviously continuing our work around our goals in GPMs. So as we think about quality seats, it really is ensuring that every student in La Jolla ISD has a great high quality option. That gets to our North Star goal, how closer we're getting to 90+% of students in A and B rated campuses. So tonight is going to look at a lot of the inputs that are required for us to get there, as well as the context in which we operate in, quite frankly, specifically regional and state context as well. We're going to talk to you about a name change that we're going to make to this conversation moving forward as well, because quality seats is a little bit wonky. But again, this is really part of our Lone Star governance, because we can't think about pursuit of those outcomes for students without thinking about the context from an enrollment and community perspective, without thinking about the quality of our teachers and staff who are part of the district, and without thinking about other things that really contribute to academic outcomes, like attendance and chronic absenteeism. So that's really the lens through which we're having this discussion this evening.
Okay, excellent. We're tag teaming here. So historically, we came before you and presented what was the quality seats analysis. And so wanted to make sure that we finished this year under that same umbrella. And I promised the board and the community that a part of that work would really be looking at our enrollment, really having the conversation around what is happening with enrollment, what are the enrollment trends, where are students going, and what's the plan moving forward. And so we want to present that tonight, as well as other indicators, like Dr. Little had said, that are really contributing to our quality seats. And when we talk about quality seats, what we really mean is, again, every child having a best fit, right fit school where they can thrive academically, inside the classroom, but also outside of the classroom. fine arts and athletics and UIL and all the reasons that kids come to school. But first, we want to start talking about kids coming to school. And so we're going to do a bit of a deep dive on attendance. We're also going to talk about what makes a quality school is great teachers, right? We know that the highest lever in student achievement, all the research shows, is a great educator, a great teacher providing tier 1 instruction every single day. And so we want to talk about our teacher incentive allotment data. But I wanted to make transparent, both to the board and to the community, is that, as Dr. Little said, the quality seats analysis kind of sounds a little clunky and like, well, what does that really mean? So the way that we want to brand this moving forward, starting this fall, is a kind of state of the district. And so we will be bringing to you this fall and then every fall. And we say the fall because then we will have our data, our accountability data from the past year to then actually continue to do the analysis of great seats across the district and what school and how we're producing those opportunities along with our accountability data. So we just wanted everyone to know that the kind of QSA, this will be our last QSA presentation and we'll morph into State of the District in the fall. And then always remembering that part of our State of the District presentation is also our annual school plan. And that's where we really look at the tiering of our schools and in order to really take a look at who's progressing, who's not progressing, who needs intensive support, where are there some autonomies grounded in our theory of action of managed instruction, because we have our accountability data that's very clear from the state. We also strongly feel that there are other metrics to look at, such as student attendance, such as teacher retention, right? Culture and climate. And so the annual school plan is informed by multiple metrics, not just state accountability. A great principal leads a campus comprehensively, from safety and security to culture and climate to teacher retention to student attendance to parent involvement and engagement. All of that creates a quality school. And so as a part of the State of the District, we will also then report to you where schools are falling within our annual school plan. You will see that in the fall. And then reminder again, I just went through this. These are some of the metrics that we look at as we think about what creates a quality school. And so again, we think about things about freshmen on track, TSI, AP pass rates, associate degrees earned, chronic absenteeism, student discipline, teacher attendance. We've talked quite a bit about teacher attendance this year across the district. And so again, what makes a great school, and I just said it, is a great teacher. And that starts with teachers showing up every single day and doing the things that they do so well for our students. Again, I always want to say, we understand things happen, people get sick, emergencies come up, but great teachers make a difference and we need them in the classroom every day. So again, reminder that the annual school plan determines which managed instruction components are required. And so these are just examples that we showed you last year around campus supports. And based upon their tier, what's required, what's encouraged, and where there are autonomies. And so as schools progress through quartiles over the next couple of years, campuses will earn autonomies. Now again, you'll see, well, Dr. Sorensen, I don't understand, quartile 1 schools still seem to have a lot of requirements at this point. And our decision-making with our principals, despite their quartile at this point, for example, you look at high-quality instructional materials. Everybody had to learn that, right? You think about campus visits. Who gets the most campus visits? So that's one where it's differentiated. Quartile 4, they get the most frequent visits from us. But high quality instructional materials, everybody's required to do that, despite your quartile. Again, another flexibility you'll see is defined coaching cycles. Quartile 1 schools, quartile 2 schools, it's flexible. and it's more limited, where the intensity of the coaching cycles was more in quartile 3 and quartile 4 schools. They need more intense support. So just wanted you to see that there are some that across the board, everybody has to do, and as they continue to grow, progress, make progress, earn autonomies, this calendar will continue to change, and we will bring that back to the board also as we get our accountability data for this year, as well as calculate the annual school plan. All right, so I'm going to flip it back over to Dr. Little to talk about the 24-25 accountability, which we've already talked about several times across the district, but really felt as though if we didn't bring it back, it really wouldn't be a quality seats analysis, and we wouldn't, again, hold ourselves accountable for continuing to drive ourselves forward to improve our accountability.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. That's right, because where we've been and where we are right now is certainly the foundation on which we're building for where we are working to go. The next couple of slides we actually shared with you pretty recently in a board presentation, but wanted to situate our conversation back within this context. So right now, again, as we think about our North Star goal of getting to 90% plus of students at A and B rated campuses, we're currently at 47%. That's based on the distribution of students. You also see on the right our distribution of campuses, and a reminder that most of those low-rated campuses sit at the elementary level at this point. So that's really a focus of moving them out into higher ratings. I also last time shared with you this range of scenarios for this current school year. And yesterday, we officially sort of wrapped up the main testing day for STAR Math that finished our STAR Gauntlet. Campuses are doing those final makeup tests this week. And then we're turning our attention to the last piece of the school year, which is strong work around end-of-year maps, so we can see all of the growth that our students have made this year. And then obviously finishing the year strong with what will come quickly, lots of celebrations across our campuses for the end of the school year as well. But just to anchor us back into where we are, again, you see the current at the top, 47% in A and B campuses. We got 25% in D and F campuses. Everything below that is the range of possibilities for this school year. Not going to go as detailed as I did last time, but just showing you that A and B rate can certainly improve. What we expect to see happen on a quicker basis is that D and F rate going down. So we'll have more schools likely moving into the C range. So they're not yet in that North Star goal category, but they're certainly on the path for us getting there over that next 4-year period. So what we're going to do now is sort of go through the 3 sections. We're going to look at attendance. We're going to look at our teacher incentive allotment data. And then we're going to spend the most time tonight, and this is where Dr. King will help us out, really looking at enrollment context and changes over time there. Attendance is fairly quick. What we want to anchor you in is this first slide is high school data. Next slide is going to look at middle school and elementary school. As is typical with us, we're doing a comparison over time. So blue data is last year, red data is current year. This breaks down by grade level at the high school level, so 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, across the first 5-6 weeks. What we can generally see across the board here is red is better than blue, which means we are getting better. More students are showing up on a regular basis in our classrooms, which is certainly what we need for them to benefit from the instructional work that we are doing. We can also see this is actually improved over time this school year. So 4th and 5th 6 weeks are stronger than even 1st and 2nd 6 weeks were. That's usually more difficult to do. In the spring, students start wanting to take their time to get to school, take their time away from school, start thinking about summer. So this is really promising overall. Sort of caveat disclaimer to this slide, is it is looking at the percent of students who are showing up that are participating in our sort of regular attendance program. So it is a traditional student and whether they are at school or not on a given day. It does not include students that are in our flexible attendance program. Those are students who have reached the chronic absenteeism threshold, and we're now doing really what is a state-created intervention with them to ensure that they're not only recapturing time, but more importantly, recapturing instruction and continuing on their academic journey. So this data, depending on how we ask the question, may not always have the exact same answer because, again, this is looking at sort of traditional student participation and attendance, not total participation because of that flexible program. Middle schools and elementary schools have similar trends here. You see these broken out by grade level. All but one of our elementary grades has actually improved year over year. Middle school grades also showing some improvement. So we are, again, for our traditional students in attendance, we're seeing growth and we're seeing solid attendance. Like we're in the low to mid 90s here across the board. We keep pushing to get even better than that and to improve these rates overall. And most excited about what we see on this slide when we look at chronic absenteeism. This is a 3-year trend of chronic absenteeism by level. Again, we have talked to you multiple times through our presentations about the need to quickly and dramatically see change in progress here. This is one of the few slides where we actually like to see the bar charts go down because that means we're getting better in this case and students are showing up to school more often. Again, we got double-digit improvements here at the high school level over that 3-year period and improvement across the board. Now, you certainly should not expect us to say that this is where we want to stay. We got to keep pushing to improve chronic absenteeism even more. You, board, have allowed us to make more investments in our schools around attendance and chronic absenteeism interventions, both through staff as well as programming. And we plan to ramp that up with even more intensity in the work that those people are doing next school year as well. So we can continue to see decline here, which ultimately improves student outcomes. So with that, we're going to pivot to topic 2, and I'm going to give it back to the superintendent.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are very excited that this year 157 teachers earned a new or higher TIA designation compared to last year. The favorite part of this slide for me is not just the dollars generated this year, but what are the dollars generated over the next 5 years? That is $23.4 million going directly to our educators for doing incredible work with our students. And that is money going directly to them to reward them for demonstrating student outcomes. When we talk about incentivizing performance, this is what we're talking about. People who do a great job should get more money, right? And so it is incredibly important for us to take a moment and not only recognize the amount of money that they're going to earn, but the number of teachers across our district earning this designation. Again, I go back to walking in February of 2024. I repeatedly heard from teachers across this district, can you please get us TIA approved? Please. Our district was really struggling to get us approved. And so again, I do look at Dr. King for this because one of our partnership pieces with Region 1 is we have what is called a RAST, a Regional Assistant Superintendent, really designated in this partnership with Region 1 and with the state to really help us right the ship in this area. So really want to thank Maggie Guzman for her assistance, Dr. King for his partnership in this work, because over the past 2 years, we've been able to get 371 teachers eligible and earning that kind of extra money. In addition to that, thank you. In addition to that, our expansion plan will allow approximately 95% of our teachers to be TIA eligible if this plan is approved in June. And so just wanted to go over this really publicly because, again, our teachers keep saying, when is our category going? When is our group of teachers going? When is CTE going to get in? When are fine arts courses going to be submitted? And so without reading all of these to you, I wanted you to see, both board and community, to see for our current application that just went in, these are the categories that we've submitted. So 24 CTE courses, 24 fine arts courses, 1 physical education course, 25 core content courses, and 5 AP courses all are a part of that eligibility. And so again, we're waiting to hear if our application was approved, and we should hear that back in June. And so again, teachers, we heard you. We really heard you that, CTE and fine arts and physical education. When are those in there? Well, they're in our current application. So we're excited to be able to do that for you. Then going back though, it was no secret, we were very public with our teachers and with our principals, that this year La Jolla ISD had to submit an appeal. And I want to have this conversation publicly, because why we had to file an appeal, it's not because there was anything wrong with our application, and not because there's anything wrong with the district's process, but because there is not calibration between our student outcomes and our T-test ratings. And so for the public that doesn't directly know what T-test ratings are, those are teacher evaluations. That is how our principals and our assistant principals evaluate, give feedback to our teachers. And so very simply put, our evaluations are higher than our student outcomes. And so in year one of my superintendency, we provided training to every single principal across the district around T-test and T-test evaluation. Every evaluator in central office also got trained on T-PES, on how to evaluate administrators. And so what is happening across our district is that continues to be misaligned. We spent time this year, again, reviewing data with principals around the calibration between their assistant principals and what VAM is called is the value added metric. And so where is their disconnect? And so I'm going to say this very plainly. My administrators keep telling me, well, if I give people feedback, it's going to hurt their feelings. If I give them the kind of feedback, alignment to T-test, they're not going to, maybe be distinguished anymore. And so I said it very plainly, and I told the teachers in my after the bell conversations, what would be more valuable to you? What is more powerful to you? Getting real, honest feedback so that you could improve, or someone protecting your feelings and not having access to earning the money that we just saw on a previous slide. Over and over and over again, teachers across this district are like, I can handle it. I actually want the real feedback. I want the honest feedback from my administrators. I want to improve. I want to grow. And so two things need to happen. Is one, our administrators need to evaluate in alignment with the rubric. And that includes student outcome metrics. And number two, I've had this conversation with our teachers, is that we also have to realign what is a proficient teacher. Proficient teacher is a great teacher. If you look at the rubric, it means they're doing everything that they're supposed to do really well. And so we also have to recalibrate the expectations of what we believe is distinguished or proficient in alignment with our practice and with our student outcomes. Because what I do really want to point out right here now publicly with everyone is we get one time to file an appeal. And we've had this conversation with our administrators. We get one time. And after that, our appeal is, we'll submit the data and they just tell us denied. And so Dr. Little, myself, the executive directors of school leadership, the executive directors of instruction, have all really poured into our administrators and our teachers this year to get calibrated on this item. And so we will continue to do this work, but wanted to be very public with both our educators, our principals, and the community that if we do not get aligned on this matter, our appeal process is gone. And so wanted to, as we talk about quality seeds, we've got to get this right, both educators and mostly our campus leaders, and not just the principals, but the assistant principals as well. Thank you, Dr. Little. So again, want to lean into something, thank you board, that we've already launched, which is the Principal Excellence Initiative. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about TIA. We have already launched performance compensation for our principals. There is a rubric that is directly aligned to student outcomes, directly aligned to our board goals, directly aligned to calibration. We just talked about the lack of calibration. Well, one of the things that our principals are going to be held accountable for is how calibrated they are between student outcomes and their evaluations. And so we are very excited because we want to be able to compensate our highest impact principals for the work that they're doing, rather than just their years of service. If we've got great principals producing outcomes and they've been in our district for 2 years versus a principal that has been in the district for 15 and may not producing outcomes in the way that they should yet, then we should compensate those that are actually producing great outcomes for students and are calibrated with their teachers on what excellence means. And so we have already launched this year. And so the data capture year is this year, and then the launch actually takes place next year. So we're very excited to move this forward. And a lot of the rubric was developed in partnership with our principals and my principal advisory committee. And so again, just to remind everyone what the rubric looks like and where the domains are, I have it here for you. 50% of that rubric is grounded in student outcomes. 20% is in leadership effectiveness, which is directly tied to their TPES rubric. We've got 20% around instructional framework, and that comes from our spot checks in the implementation of HQIM. And then 10% is operational effectiveness, which is everything from safety and security to family community engagement and to leading their campus by keeping and retaining the highest quality teachers. And so teacher retention is a part of that as well. And I just went over that. Okay, so here's an example of the rubric. And again, it has the domains and how each of those are broken down. And again, you see the 20% on TPES. Student outcomes are about proficiency and growth. And growth. We want to make sure that we're recognizing our principals who move the needle for kids, because growth is the road to mastery. Then when we talk about the instructional framework, again, we're talking about the quality of instruction and the calibration between T-tests and student outcomes, and then again, operational effectiveness, as I said previously. And so that's where I'll pause there around our initiatives really lifting up both teachers who are doing a great job and our plan to incentivize principals who are doing a great job, and also seek to recruit principals all over the place. Because a teacher who's doing great work, a principal who's doing great work, you can earn $150,000. And so you want to run an A campus, you have an opportunity to earn $150,000 with our Principal Excellence Initiative here in La Jolla ISD. So thank you, board, for allowing us to do this work. I'm very grateful for your support. Dr. King, thank you very much for your support to move the needle on this for La Jolla ISD. And we're super proud of our teachers who are just continuing to earn their designations through TIA.
All right, board, we're going to turn to the last chapter of tonight's update, which is a deep dive on enrollment. So I'm going to give some context about La Jolla specifically. Dr. King is then going to carry most of the water for this section, talking more broadly about the region and the state. And then I'll wrap it up with another update about student transfers.
Dr. Little, do you mind if I interrupt for 1 second?
Of course.
Board President, is that okay?
Yes, of course. Go, Dr. Sorensen.
Thank you, sir. I want to just take a step back for 1 second. We promised the board that we would do this work this year. But I think it is most important for us to truly understand this work in the context of what is happening, not only in La Jolla ISD, but across the region, across the state, and across the nation. There has been a lot of conversation over the past week around position closures, around proposed actions that the board may take around positions. So what is important to me as the superintendent is that we continue to stay grounded in facts. None of this is easy work. None of this is taken lightly. But part of understanding the why around the decisions that we're making are here in the data that we're going to share this evening. I also want to go back to something I said about our investment in fine arts. We're able to make those investments because we are not carrying staff and positions that are not necessary because our enrollment is declining. So the investment in FTEs, positions, is not as high, and that need is not as high. And so what happens is you can then take that funding and put it into programs so that students have the highest quality materials, supplies, instruments, things that they need in order to continue to thrive. And so when we talk about the drop in enrollment tied with a proposed action that we're going to recommend to the board this evening, and then also talk about reinvestment, where does that money then show up? I wanted to just make that connection, right, for our community as we do continue to go through enrollment changes and the impacts on FTE, and then where our reinvestments show up when we are not carrying, and I say this with heart and love, positions that are not needed because there are not students enough in the campuses to run those programs at the levels that they once were. So thank you, Dr. Little and Dr. King. Thank you so much for joining us and helping us also discuss this from a broader context. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that context setting, Dr. Sorensen. This slide really embodies part of that, which is we ultimately have to staff our district for the students that we have in the district. And that has changed pretty substantially over the last decade. As we started our school action conversations back in the fall, this was certainly a basis of some of those conversations. And we have to recognize more broadly, again, that we went from almost 30,000 students 10 years ago to now we're under 22,000. Next year, we're projected to be even lower in that range. So that's what that downward slope looks like on the left. The chart on the right is just the annual percentage change in the district. And you see only one time in the last decade has that been a positive in terms of increase of enrollment. When Dr. King shares some regional and state data, you're going to see that those graphs look exactly like this as well. There's, for the most part, a general decline overall in enrollment. I mentioned that we have some projections, and we're really grateful to Region 1 for helping us to do some of this analysis. What we see in the dark blue is similar to what I just showed you. We've obviously adjusted the axis here, so it looks steeper than it did a minute ago. But in the orange, it's an out-year projection, so ultimately to 2030. That shows some expected continued decline in enrollment. Again, that's not going to be unique to La Jolla when you see the other data. The other thing to keep in mind is when Chief Pearson was up here a month or so ago, you heard from our partners working with us to do the facilities condition assessment. There will be a demographic study as part of that work. So we're going to get really detailed analysis around projected changes in enrollment and in the community over the coming years. So we'll be able to share that through that process for the board and the community to see as well. And then what it means at a grade level perspective is a little sobering. We can see over the last 10 years significant changes, particularly from kindergarten through 10th grade. So this is the total percentage loss of students in that 10-year period. Pre-K has held mostly steady. You see a much smaller decline there of about 6%. That's because, again, we've expanded pre-K to more campuses. We've also layered in pre-K 3 in that time period, so that's helped mitigate that loss to some extent. And then we have a near zero change for seniors. I will also say this week alone, we had almost 30 students come into the district as seniors in high school. One, that's an incredible challenge for our schools. It is literally 6 weeks before the year ends. These are students hoping to graduate. Most of the time when they show up, it's because they haven't been successful where they've been. And so like that just becomes a challenge and a dynamic, but it helps explain why this 12th grade number is also the closest to zero, is because you have those fluctuations as students are trying to finish high school and find a place to successfully do that. Now, the other way that we want to look at this is based on student group. So we have at-risk, economically disadvantaged, which again is a look at income, our emergent bilingual population, and then our special education population. For all but special education, we see that those populations have gone down over time. Emergent bilingual students in particular have seen a really sharp decline, like a 33 percentage point reduction here in the last 10 years. What's different is on the special education side. So that raw number has actually gone up even while the total district population has gone down. So that means obviously the percent of students identified for special education in the district has also risen. We're sitting in the high teens right now in terms of our total SPED population, which is considerably larger than what sort of national targets would have that be. Now, we learned through the audit that part of that reason is we have not always done the work prior to identification for SPED that's required. You heard us mention MTSS. That's something that we're starting to build and roll out. Deputy Chief Candelario is leading that for us starting this year, and certainly a bigger focus into next year. That should help reduce the number of students that truly need special education. And nonetheless, we still see a population increase there over time. So that's some context on the district itself. The other thing I would say, which is the note on the right-hand side, part of that change in both EcoDisc as well as emergent bilingual is just a real shift in the migrant population of the district. La Jolla historically, and as we heard, reminder of the centennial work before, in some of those presentations, you heard that there would be real changes in the district around October in terms of students coming in to La Jolla, and then around March or April, students leaving. And so that's part of the seasonal migration pattern as folks are working, particularly with agriculture across the country. That overall still happens, but at a much smaller rate. So the number of migrant students that we have and then the proportion of migrant students that we have really dropped significantly. That also has to shift how we think about staffing. We can't staff based on an assumed number that's going to be here in October. We've really, in the last 2 years, have worked to build a process based on what the data shows, which is the kids who are showing up in August really are the number of students that we're going to have by and large for the rest of the school year. So with that district context set, Dr. King is going to come up and talk to us more about what it looks like within the county, within the region, and within the state.
Dr. King, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Little. Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Sorensen. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you. For the past 2 or 3 months, I've been focusing on this issue a lot at our superintendent meetings. Just really, our superintendents across the region are struggling sometimes in getting their board to understand, getting the community to understand. It's not easy to adjust. This for decades had been a fast-growing region. La Jolla ISD was a very fast-growing district for several decades, and at some point, different districts, the switch has flipped, and many of our districts, almost all of our districts, have gone into a different mode of enrollment decline. And so I want to give a little bit of a perspective of that and drill down, kind of look at the broad picture, and then also applying that back to La Jolla. And you've got a lot of factors. You've got birth rate decline is a big factor. That's national, it's state, it's local. We still have a little bit higher birth rate than the national average, but our birth rate used to be way above the national average. And then we've got, of course, changes in the way the nation approaches immigration and those kind of things. And so kind of all together, you have those impacts. So I kind of want to start with this particular slide. And so this is looking at Hidalgo County enrollment. The blue bar, these are bar graphs. The blue bars are what it looked like 10 years ago. This is just K through 12. I don't include pre-K because different districts have done pre-K different and added pre-K 3 at certain times. And and some didn't. So it's not a straight correlation. But kinder through 12, a couple things that you'll see there. One that I'd like to point out is if you look 10 years ago, if you looked across the grade levels, and you see this in most districts, you see it in the county, in the region, you'll see that the student population was fairly, this 10 years ago was kind of the leveling off period where the growth kind of started slowing, kind of after the 08 fiscal downturn in the nation. And so there was a leveling off, and you can see it was fairly level across the grades. You have a spike in 9th grade, which is due to students not earning enough credits to move on to 10th grade in time with their peers. We call that kind of the 9th grade bubble. But you see a general, then if you go to the green bars, you'll notice that actually you'll notice kind of what Dr. Little talked about, and this is across the county, for example, that the senior class is actually even a little bit bigger across the county than it was. And so what you see is it's at the lower grades, the new students coming in, the younger parents that are having less children, those are hitting kinder and so forth. And so we'll talk about that in terms of La Jolla as well. So what's happening is as these larger senior classes are graduating, they're being replaced by these smaller kinder classes. And so you can see that it's a significant difference. And so you've got about 3 or 4 more years in our county where these the last of the large classes are graduating. And then we're going to look probably more level, but at a much lower level than before. This is the same thing for La Jolla. So you can see kind of the market difference. Again, you see the blue bars fairly level until you get to kind of high school. You have the big 9th grade bubble. And then you have some dips there in junior and senior level. And again, you can see, as Dr. Little said, that the senior level staying the same. What I would like to point out and commend La Jolla on here, look at 9th grade now, you don't see the bubble. So you don't see that huge bubble. So that huge bubble, what that means is there's better throughput. You've got students being more successful in class and earning their credits. So you have a better pipeline without swirling in 9th grade where students are churning there. And that's where students often churn and either drop out or spend a couple of extra years. So that smoothing out there shows that there's some good things happening. This is a comparison with some of districts in the region of kind of roughly similar size to La Jolla or some similar circumstances. You can see that pretty much every one of them is experiencing some decline. They're at different rates. Some of them it's a much more gradual decline. Some of them it's a faster decline. And so you can take a look at those and look at any given district that you want to look at. And like I said, it's very different. McAllen for years was the largest district in the region for decades. And about 20 years ago, 20-some years ago, they leveled off and started declining. La Jolla actually, passed McAllen. That was kind of exciting. And then PSJ, Edinburgh, all started passing McAllen. So McAllen kind of started the decline a little bit earlier. Here is your enrollment change kind of by district. Now you can see that on this group of districts that the hardest hit percentage-wise by decline has been Brownsville and La Jolla. And you can see that though that all of these districts are experiencing decline over this time. On the student enrollment across the region, as Dr. Little said, very similar trend. You can see that if you go back 2016, 2017, it's kind of leveling off. And then you see the decline start. Now the big dip in 2022, that's COVID, right? And the big jump up in 2023, that's the students coming back to school from COVID. You could almost skip that gap and draw a line across it, and you'll see that dip is just an anomaly, and you'll see that as soon as the COVID recovery came back, the decline then continued pretty much at a similar curve or rate that it was on. If you leave out charter schools, then the decline is even more sharp because, and we'll talk a little bit what that is. So 398,000 students in 2016 in Region 1 in ISDs, in independent school districts, 334,000 this year. So you're talking about a 64,000 student decline in the school districts across the region. And then this decline across the region is expected to continue over the next few years. And you saw a similar thing on the slide that Dr. Little showed you from for La Jolla. Now, charter enrollment has been growing. The Valley has, been one of the areas of the state. Pretty much the metro areas in the Valley, sort of a high populated area as well. And so your metro areas have gotten hit the hardest, and the Valley has not been an exception, and throughout Region 1. So Region 1 charter enrollment has doubled really in the last 10 years, from about 23,000 to over 44,000. Here in Hidalgo County, again, from 17,000 to almost 33,000. Now you can see that in Hidalgo County, it's starting to level. And so unless another, unless another charter comes in or starts on an expansion mode, that should be there. Well, one of the things we don't know yet, we don't know the impact of the scholarships for students to go to private schools from the state. We know which schools they are. In our region, a lot of them are daycare type setups, and then a few other private schools that have those. So that's going to be something to be monitoring. So this is some information that I wanted to kind of share with you. Where are the students, besides declining birth rate and all that, but what is the impact of the charters and so forth? And so you can see on this particular slide that there's about 5,000 students that live in your district that are attending school elsewhere. The largest share of those are at IDEA public schools, and then others there that are listed there. You also have a few, and you can also, if you look from year to year, you can see, I showed last year and this year, so you can see whether that number is kind of, at least from last year to this year, is increasing. This is a little different from the reports that the district has that show this year's leavers. This is actually everybody cumulatively, everybody who resides. So this is taking the charter school data and where's the residence of those students. So this is everybody who is currently attending, whether some of them may have never even come to La Jolla schools. They may have started at the charter in pre-K or kindergarten. So this shows every student that is enrolled in these charter schools that has a residence within your boundaries. From there, one of the things I've been working on sharing with superintendents and so forth is, if we can focus on what I call recoverable leavers, that can help to mitigate at least some of that, and also obviously great benefit to the community. So one is your annual dropouts. You can see again going back 2021, that was during COVID. A large number of students, dropped out at that time. Some of those probably have come back. You'd have to go through the system, but you can see each year, the last 3 years, it's about 170, 180 a year students, and so looking at what can be done in that area. And then the other one I always like to, again, when I was superintendent, is look at the homeschoolers. So these are students, again, some homeschoolers you won't even know about right now. I'm trying to get access to a database that will get us that, but some homeschoolers you won't know about, but these are home, each year this is how many students were in your school and then come back the next year and said they were homeschooling. And I like to look at that group because in some cases, they're doing really well, have a real good program. In other cases, they have an idea that maybe they want to homeschool, maybe they're frustrated, maybe other issues, maybe a disagreement, whatever, and it's like either the parent or the student's like, we're going to homeschool. And I found as a superintendent visiting those homes and just kind of, hey, how's it going? how's this going for you? Just want to let you know we're here. That, in a number of cases, they would say, you know what, I didn't think you'd want me back, or in some cases, I didn't know I could come back, or sometimes the parents, like, I thought this was going to work, but he really doesn't even get up in the morning now. He just stays in bed all day or whatever, So like I said, I like to call that recoverable leavers, and some of them are doing a great job in homeschool, but some of them, some of them not so much. This is kind of the Texas picture. By and large, Texas enrollment has continued to grow. Most of that has been, the birth rate's been dropping, but everybody likes to move to Texas, they say, right? So statewide, there's been a lot of migration into Texas. I'll just point out to you that this year is kind of the first year that we see kind of a dip. Now, is that a trend or is that an anomaly? We won't know yet. But regardless, if you across the valley, across the region, really across the state, there's districts all over the state that are closing down schools and facing this challenge. And it's just really, really important. And like I said, the reason I have really made it kind of a mission to kind of really share this year is because a lot of times, a couple of things. One, sometimes some district superintendents change a lot and nobody's looking long-term. And then sometimes board members, and sometimes there's an election coming up and it's kind of like, what do we do? And if we don't look and realize that this is still going to continue 3 or 4 more years, going back to what Dr. Sorensen said, every year that a decision is delayed is money that's wasted and keeping something afloat that's going to have to be dealt with anyway. And then those resources cannot be put into improving quality, increasing salaries, improving programs, improving the facilities that you do keep, and so forth. So just wanted to share that with you. I don't know if any questions or anything like that. So,
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. King at this time?
thank you.
I'm glad, Dr. King, that you stress that other school districts, not only in the Valley, but around the state and the country, are experiencing the same thing. I think that needs to be shared. I think one of the first things you started your conversation with was it's difficult to have this conversation with lots of superintendents. So we appreciate that. And I know that I've had an opportunity to hear you at other schools, and you've been sharing this information with everyone. So we appreciate that. Members of the board, any questions? Okay, Dr. Little, you may proceed.
Thank you. We'll wrap this up. This is just a visual representation of what Dr. King just shared, but how it looks across the entire state of Texas. So the heat map here is blue is sort of better. That means that they're growing in student enrollment. The peach to the red is places losing student enrollment. As we shared, Region 1 has lost student enrollment over that 10-year period. Certainly La Jolla ISD has. So we're in sort of that dark orange place. And looking ahead to the next decade, working to ensure that we can recover as many students as possible, but also having to keep in mind the other piece that Dr. King shared, which is birth rates are going down. And so yes, people are moving into Texas, but to this map, they're not all moving into the same places within the state. So it's different concentrations of sort of immigration into the state and how that shapes up for school districts along with this declining birth rate. Hidalgo County looking at negative 13% over the last roughly decade. Then last thing here is just a few reminders about our transfer process. You've been very patient with us throughout this semester as we have worked on transfers, as we made those needed and strategic policy adjustments, and really just wanted to close out by thinking about how people are sort of coming in and coming out of the district more broadly in the context of our enrollment, and also address some of what you in the community have been hearing and questioning potentially about transfer decisions. This graph, this line chart, just looks at a 10-year history, almost a 10-year history of transfers out of the district. That's in the blue at the top. Transfers into the district are orange on the bottom. Obviously, we wish this was flipped, where we had more net transfers in. That's certainly our commitment to working on moving forward. Net, we're about 300 to 500 students a year is probably net loss in terms of transfer out versus in. Where those students are going versus where they're coming becomes quite interesting. So students coming into the district on the left in the orange, students going out again on the right in the blue. If we look at the top two, they are exactly the same in both places. So the most students coming into La Jolla are coming from IDEA and coming from Mission. The most students going out of La Jolla are going to IDEA and going to Mission. We certainly have some work to do in the coming years to better understand true mobility back and forth, like how many students are really ping-ponging between La Jolla, IDEA, and Mission and coming back versus leaving and never coming back, or certainly what we hope, coming to La Jolla and never leaving. So that's like a layer of granularity that we're going to continue to work on in the analysis, because we can clearly see the top two places that our families are sort of moving between within our area. And then finally, this is what that looks like in terms of transfer requests in the district based on our highest requested school. So this is a 3-year history. If you look all the way to the left at EB Reina, for example, you can see that the number of students requesting to go into EB Reina has grown every year. Like their transfer requests are going up. The numbers in the boxes at the bottom are last year's accountability ratings for the school. So you see, EB Reina was a 79 C-rated campus. One of the interesting things to us is there's not a hard and fast rule here that people are really requesting A and B rated campuses only. So there's some legacy sort of history, there's legacy perception about our schools. And so we'll see if that shifts over time, but that is one of the interesting things we noticed. And then as we're considering transfer requests, back to the sort of policy and process that we put in place this year, we really are for the first time holding true to what's in policy. Like as we've talked about in a number of contexts with you as a board in our community, like our policies matter, and it's on us to actually enforce those and hold true to them, and that shows up with transfers as well. So the policy clearly lays out criteria from academics to attendance and behavior. We talked to you a lot in our last presentation about space availability. So even though you may have, for example, this many 250 people trying to transfer into JFK, if there's not enough classrooms with available seats at JFK, meaning we're not going to have to add a new teacher in that grade level because of transfer request, we can't accept everyone in that case. The other thing, we literally had a family reach out and ask this question today. It's been one of the top things we've heard through this process, which is I went to an elementary school for the whole time, assuming that was going to mean I could go to the middle school that school feeds into. But again, part of the policy as always, and we've clarified this even more, is that goes back to where you actually live in the district. So just because you went to Camarena and you want to go to Memorial, if you actually live in Dr. Sines, that's your middle school. And so as we think about those transitions from elementary to middle and then middle to high, that's certainly a transition that we're going to have to get more used to in the district. Big picture though, over 84% of our transfer requests were approved this year on the first pass. Like vast majority of families got what they want exactly where they wanted it in terms of school. So you see that in the approved and denied columns. We are right now fielding questions from parents about this. We'll continue to do that and be open and transparent and supportive through that process. And we have communicated to families that there is an appeal process already baked into policy as well. So if they formally want to appeal the denial, we'll certainly consider that. Obviously, anytime they call and ask a question, we're always checking to ensure that there was not some like clerical or technical error that we may have made. And then otherwise helping our community to adjust to our commitment to make sure we have strong schools everywhere in La Jolla ISD, that all of our campuses have quality programming, they have quality opportunities, and you're going to have a great experience regardless of which of those schools you're attending. So we just wanted to close out as we talked about enrollment, also recognizing that transfer students are part of that enrollment conversation. We're in the season where we've been sending those notices and those denials, and we're obviously working with families through any questions or concerns that they may have. So as we wrap this up from an enrollment perspective, we see several things to note. So we definitely see that there are fewer students just in general, not just in La Jolla. There are fewer students certainly in the region. In our part of the state, we're seeing enrollment declines over that time. And Dr. King pointed out, this is the first year in a while that the state itself has seen a decline in enrollment. We know, and we can see through these transfer data that, IDEA and Mission are popular sort of revolving doors that our families are considering, and we certainly want to keep them from ever leaving and certainly keep them here once they are here. And then through our demographic study, we're going to get a much better forecast on what this may look like in the next 5 to 10 years and what our sort of market, what our community dynamics look like, and that'll help guide us as we continue to work to recruit and retain families within La Jolla ISD. So we, as the superintendent said, sort of going full circle here, this was a snippet of the state of the schools, really taking a deep dive into these 3 areas. We're obviously going to finish this school year. We're going to get our data back over the summer, and then we will start to standardize the state of the district presentation in the fall to really take into account all of what happened in the prior school year, as well as talk about the work we're doing then moving forward as a result of that. So that's it, Mr. President.
Members of the board, before I turn it over to Dr. Sorensen, you have any questions for Dr. Little, Dr. King, or Dr. Sorensen?
Dr. Little, you showed in the data that we are decreasing our economically disadvantaged students. At what percentage or point should we be concerned in a reduction of grants associated with that number?
Our overall economically disadvantaged rate is still really high for districts. So from a Title I perspective, which is usually driven by that, we would have a long way to go before we would be at risk of losing those resources. It is a really good question and data point to pay attention to. Right now, though, we still have a high eco-disc or free reduced lunch population percentage.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Litter, I want to take it back to the Principal Excellence Initiative. Can you tell me a little bit more about that program and how it compares to other programs? So I know that the teacher incentive allotment is statewide. Is our Principal Excellence Initiative also, and how do we compare it to other surrounding districts?
So do you want me to answer or do you want to?
You take it.
Go right ahead. All right. So this has been something that actually began at a similar time as the precursor to the teacher incentive allotment. Whereas TIA got sort of baked into legislation and then began to scale across the state, the principal or administrative version of this hasn't been treated quite the same. That said, though, TEA is still very interested in districts doing what they call an expanded version of strategic compensation, which this fits into. So there are far fewer districts in the state taking this approach than there are districts who are doing the teacher version. The other thing that's really important from a compensation standpoint, and this is part of the philosophy of what we're doing and what other districts have done here, is TIA right now is an additional stipend on top of that teacher's compensation. So whatever TIA funds they earn, that's on top of their salary. With PEI and future versions of TIA within the state, it just is your salary. So based on, after we go through all this data for our principals and they land at an evaluation equivalent, so say they're a proficient principal, that then is directly associated with the compensation amount. So when the superintendent mentioned, and we want more people to hear this, you can earn up to $150,000 as a principal in La Jolla ISD. That's as a master principal. And so you got to be top of your game to do that. You are knocking it out of the park for students. And we certainly have that potential, certainly within our current set of principals. And that then becomes your salary. So it's not like you get an amount of pay plus a stipend. It just determines your compensation. So that's a very long answer to say that not many districts are doing admin-related strategic compensation, and it does function a little bit differently from how TIA does right now.
Thank you.
Dr. King, if you could refresh my memory, because we talked about this at the superintendent's meeting. It was United ISD, La Jolla ISD, And
Yes, so
the other
in,
district was Rio Grande?
so in Region 1, La Jolla is, I'll call it the tip of the spear, the first district entering into this with the principal compensation and the enhanced TIA where it really gets built into the salary. We've got 2 districts that are in a learning and planning year this year, which is Laredo United and Rio Grande City. And then we've got, I think, 3 districts that have applied to the state to potentially begin a planning year next year if they're approved and selected. So really, for this region, and really statewide, there's only a handful. So you're really kind of at the very front end of this.
Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? Dr. Sorensen?
Thank you. First of all, thank you both for the presentation and the information. I really appreciate it. And Dr. Little, if you could go back to slide 65, I would appreciate it. Thank you. And so I've had this conversation a couple of times across the district. And so while we do see this data and that we do have families requesting campuses all over the district, right? I do also then want to point out, though, that where you see the greatest demand is at Reina, JFK, Camarena, and Palmview. And so as a superintendent, I challenge us as a board to ask ourselves, do we only truly want to have a handful of schools that our families consistently want to transfer into? Is that the district that we want to be? We don't. As a superintendent sitting here, we can't. We can't accept a school that has a reputation of a place you want to transfer out of. We can't permit, back to my superintendent constraint number 1, allowing conditions to persist where underperformance prevails. And so I want to point out that I have to recommend to the board repeatedly, and I appreciate your support thus far, I can't consistently have the belief system that my network of schools in my Juarez-Lincoln cluster are not as successful. I need a successful Juarez-Lincoln for the students and families of Juarez-Lincoln. When I walked into this district, I heard repeatedly how Juarez-Lincoln was perceived, treated, funded, paid attention to, or ignored. And so if we don't adhere to policies that support all schools and all students to be in thriving campuses, then we are actually just creating a tiered system within ourselves. And so I challenge us, because it is incredibly hard. I'm a parent. And so if I were to hear, wait, what do you mean? My child can't go to this particular feeder pattern, I would be upset, which is why, again, we have an appeal process to hear from those individual parents. But as a superintendent, it is my responsibility to make sure that all of our schools are set up for success, with thriving students, great programming, and policies that promote that type of decision-making across a district so that all of our schools reach our North Star goal of being A and B campuses for 90% of our students. So I really just wanted to go back to that as we continue to lead through change and change management across the district. I wanted people to hear my why around this, as it is a very difficult decision and does impact individual families differently through the transfer process.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Anyone else have any questions, comments? All right, thank you, Dr. Little. Great presentation. Next item on the agenda, I'm going to ask Maria Elizondo, she'll be doing the presentation. That is our Lone Star Governance Time Use Tracker Report for April 8th.
Good evening, President Alvarez, Dr. Sorensen, members of the board, and community tuned in. I am happy happy to present the Lone Star Governors, April 8th Lone Star Governors Report. This work is grounded in accordance with the Lone Star Governors Framework, which is continuous improvement model for governing teams, board, and superintendent, who choose to focus intensely and unapologetically on one primary objective, improving student outcomes. As part of our implementation of LSG and a student outcome-focused governance approach, we intentionally monitor meeting time to prioritize discussion on student outcomes. We track progress towards board goals and assess the adult actions that influence those outcomes. So for the April 8th meeting, please refer to the blue column on the left side of the report, which reflects time dedicated to student outcomes. As shown in the report, we spent 44 minutes on this meeting on CPM 1, Student Achievement Conditions, 1.1 Strategic Academic Interventions, and 1.2 North Star Goal, as presented by Dr. Little. So now, if you please refer to the green column, it reflects the time spent on adult behavior minutes, totaling 37 minutes in this category. While in the center of the report, the total meeting time is recorded as 110 minutes. Overall, 73.64% of the meeting was devoted to student outcomes and adult behavior minutes combined, with 40% specifically focused on student outcome minutes. So with this, we conclude the April 8th Time Use Tracker report, reflecting board's continued commitment to aligning its work in accordance with LSG. Do I have any questions?
That's a great report. Anybody have any questions for Marty? Okay, thank you, Marty. Thank you again for sharing this with us.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on the agenda is our monthly TEA conservators report. And this will be done by Ms. Ibarra. Ms. Ibarra?
Yes, thank you and good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Sorensen, staff and community members. It's a pleasure to be back this evening to share a report on the progress of the district's efforts on meeting the exit criteria goals. And I'd like to begin by first sharing the intent of the exit criteria goals. When TEA appoints a board of managers to oversee a district, such as the case with La Jolla ISD, the district must develop exit criteria goals and use this as a roadmap to ensure that the district will develop sustainable systems in the area of governance, financial integrity, and student achievement. And so my role as a conservator is to oversee the progress of these goals and, of course, report to the Texas Education Agency the progress. So I'd like to go ahead and begin with the first goal. And so the first goal is about the board's work. And I'm very happy to report that the board is on track. The Board of Managers continues to demonstrate steady progress towards exit criteria 1, with all progress measures on track and meeting expectations. So this goal, again, centers on the governance practices and having those strong systems that are aligned to LSG framework. Some of the tools that we use to monitor progress or to track progress are the time tracker that Ms. Mari just covered, as well as board agendas and minutes. And at the March 25th board meeting, based on that information, 61.4% of the board's time was spent on student outcomes and aligns to governance priorities. So that's very good. The target is 50%. So next steps is to continue to implement those effective governance practices and monitor board time to ensure that you are spending the majority of your time on decisions centering around student outcomes. I'll go ahead and continue to go to the financial systems. Again, very pleased that the district has made meaningful progress in strengthening financial systems. There are 28 activities in this goal, and out of those 28 activities, 50% of those activities have been completed or are in progress. And some of the board actions from the March 25th board meeting include approval of budget amendment and budget increase, approval of investment earnings and tax collections, and approval of MOU between the Holsworth and La Jolla ISD. So again, this is a clear alignment to LSG priorities. Going a little further into goal 2, the district has established strong systems to strengthen financial controls around procurement processes, financial manuals, and compliance systems. And some of the activities that have been completed or have reached their initial targeted milestones are quite a few around and in the following areas: policy and strategy, manuals, staffing and training, and monthly reporting. The following projects are meeting their milestones and are moving towards their 2026-2027 deadline. And these, I'm just going to name a few. Under infrastructure and operations, the RFP for facilities master plan and demographic study were awarded. And under compliance and accountability, training sessions for staff to ensure that they're following new procurement and budget rules are active. So future work for under goal 2 include building capacity, strengthening those accountability systems, and modernizing systems. Specifically, I'd like to call your attention to a couple of the activities, future activities that's under evaluation and accountability, embedding the KPIs into evaluations, and the launching of a finance bootcamp. Moving on to goal 3, academic accountability. Once again, the district continues to make strong progress toward exit criteria 3. There are 80 activities in this goal, and to date, 60% of all those activities are completed or are in progress. At the March 25th board meeting, the following actions that were taken by the board align to this goal, and that includes monitoring on LSG academic goals and the presentation that was made by Dr. Little on the 2026 spring benchmark results. So again, both of these actions align to focus on student outcomes. Additionally, the following programs and resources were approved by the board at this same meeting: UTRGV text prep, literacy resources, and EduSolve special education support. Some critical actions that have been completed include the implementation of a district-wide intervention structure, developing an initial rollout of a continuum of services for special education, and initial training and calibration of staff and principals. And these action steps also address the audit findings under special ed. Many of the activities are currently on track and progressing as planned. And these activities, some of these activities are the leadership effectiveness, the development of the Principal Excellence Initiative, also special education improvement, including the IEP review processes, MTSS planning, staffing alignment, and professional learning tied to audit recommendations. Under campus support and instructional systems, the launching of a tiered campus support system, as updated assessment practices, and targeted support for underperforming campuses. Future work under goal 3 is to focus on deepening implementation, monitoring impact, and ensuring sustainability, which include the full implementation and refinement of the Principal Excellence Initiative, continuing special education transformation, ongoing campus redesign, intervention planning, and instructional system refinement, and increased board and community engagement. So overall progress, very happy again to report that the district is on track across all 3 exit criteria with strong board alignment to student outcomes and governance priorities. Strong foundational systems have been established, high alignment across initiatives. And again, to continue that clear trajectory toward long-term sustainability, the district must continue to focus on fidelity of implementation of the initiatives to make data decisions that are driven by data. And of course, to continue to monitor the exit criteria, the goals, and all the specific milestones. So this concludes my presentation. I want to thank you for your time, and of course, commend you, Board of Managers, and Dr. Sorensen and staff for all the work that you do for the students in La Jolla ISD. Any questions?
Members of the board, any questions for Dr. Ibarra?
No.
Dr. Sorensen?
Dr. Ibarra, I just really want to thank you. It has been a sprint for you to just kind of jump right in, and you have kept up pace with us. Really been intentional in your effort to learn us and allow us to learn you. And so I thank you for all of the work that you've done in such a quick time to truly understand our district, our work, and build our relationship. And so I just publicly wanted to thank you for that dedication and that support that you've provided the team thus far.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I just want to add that the amount of work, just reviewing, I mean, the number of activities, the number of milestones, it is amazing, the amount of work that has been accomplished up to this point in such a short period of time. Again, it's commendable, so I applaud you for your work and your efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Ibarra. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, which would be number 8. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item number 9, we'll be going into closed session. At this time, it is 8:10 p.m. We will now be going into closed session as referenced under Section Texas Government Code Section 551.001, 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.129, and 551.0821 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections listed below. Do I have, we will now be going into closed session, and we said it was what time?
8:11.
8:11. All right, we're back from closed session. It is
10:09.
10:09 PM. Next item on the agenda is 11.1, consider and take possible action to adopt and authorize implementation of program change impacting multiple campuses and district-level departments. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 11.1.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. I would like to add that there will be a resolution that will be attached for the records in the minutes. 11.2, consider and take possible action to propose non-renewals of Chapter 21 term contracts and designate hearing officer for non-renewal hearings. Do I have a motion?
I move to propose the non-renewal of Chapter 21 term contracts as presented in closed session and authorize the superintendent to provide notice to the affected employees of this action. I further move to authorize the superintendent to retain an attorney to serve as the board's designee on any hearings requested on these proposed non-renewals.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 11.3, consider and take possible action to propose and finalize mid-contract and end-of-year termination of Chapter 21 probationary contracts. So a motion?
I move to terminate Chapter 21 probationary contracts at the end of their terms as presented in closed session. I further move to finalize the suspension without pay and mid-contract termination of an elementary school teacher as proposed on March 25, 2026. I further move to propose the mid-contract termination of the probationary contracts for good cause as presented in closed session and to authorize the superintendent to provide notice to the employees of this action.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 12. These are important calendar events. April 20th through 24th, Public School Volunteer Week. April 22nd, Administrative Professional Day. April 28th, School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. April 30th, Dia del Niño. May 2026, Mental Health Awareness Month. May 1st, 2026, National Principals Day. May 1st, 2026, School Lunch Hero Day. May 1st, National Space Day, Space Exploration Night. May 3rd through the 9th, Teacher Appreciation Week, Day, May 6th, 2026. May 5th, 2026, National Foster Care Day. May 5th through the 6th, La Jolla ISD Wellness Softball Tournament. May 6th, 2026, School Nurse Day. May 6th, regular board meeting. Before we adjourn, do we have anything we'd like to bring forward? Any comments? Dr. Sorensen, would you like to say anything before we close?
Absolutely. Thank you, Board President.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to first and foremost acknowledge the board's actions regarding the action items for this evening. I do always want to say publicly that none of these are easy decisions. We truly all sitting up here, not just me as the superintendent, but all of us as board members recognize that behind every single one of these decisions are employees and families. And so none of those decisions are taken lightly. And we know that they are difficult decisions. We are more than happy to meet with anyone and talk with anyone about any of the subsequent actions and with people who were impacted. And so I want to just acknowledge that we made some really difficult decisions tonight that have a district-wide and community-wide impact. And so I will kind of shift gears after I said that and also acknowledge that today is April 22nd, 2026. And as you just read through the calendar, it's Administrative Professionals Day. And so I can first start by thanking my two administrative support staff, Madi and Elda. Thank you so much. I am so grateful. Madi even wore a tie today to be cute and special, and Elda got her hot girl summer haircut. And I'm super excited for both of them. They're, so helpful every single day. I said today to all of the administrative professionals, because we had lunch with them, they take care of us. And there is a culture of care in La Jolla ISD that is real. And it really starts with our administrative professionals. They are the ones who greet you at the door. They are the ones who say good morning. They are the ones who hear you in your office at your best and your worst. And they are there for you to also then make sure that you've actually had a meal on tough days. And so I just, again, I will thank my two, Mari and Elda. You guys are queens. And so I thank you both so much. But I do say it to every single administrative professional across our district. We are so grateful for the support and care that you provide, not only to leaders across this district, but to communities and families and everyone within our district who relies on this cohort of employees to just continue to serve with pride and love. So thank you so much. And so thank you, Board President, for the opportunity to acknowledge them.
I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you, Elda, and thank you, Marty, for all you do. I did want to take this opportunity, Blanca, to thank you, your staff, for the acknowledgement with the kind words you said to them. Marcy, Dr. Sorensen, acknowledging the Cantu family, the Leo family, and of course, Mr. Adame. I appreciate that you did that. But most of all, thank you for acknowledging our volunteers that we have in our campuses. That was very nice of you, and also to present them with a little something. So thank you for that. Any other comments from the board? Seeing that we have none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I have moved to adjourn this meeting at 10:15 PM.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, we are adjourned.